Glepnir has not been seen since our last encounter. The brief respite may be our best chance to quell the Great One's terror. Moogle. Make way for the saplings. Kupo. We've had plenty of practice cultivating our gardens, so selecting the most robust ones was a simple matter. That was the hardest work, so you can help us with the easy part. If you see a spot of corruption, cleanse the taint and plant the sapling in its place. Kupo. Do it enough times and the Great One is sure to understand that we're doing all we can to heal the forest, which ought to brighten its mood. We'll see to the East Shroud. You should have no trouble taking care of the rest. Kupo. Your efforts are much appreciated. We will begin without further delay. I trust you will not object to my company. I dare say healing the forest is one task for which I am more qualified than most. Elder Seedseer, are you well enough to leave the city? I should like to think I have been for some time. In any event, Isumi has finally grown tired of my objections and ceased his attempts to detain me further. Allow me to be the one to consecrate these saplings. 'Twould be an honor to offer a word of thanks to the forest for its bounty. Please do, Kupo. A prayer from the Elder Seedseer herself will surely hasten the growth from tiny sapling to towering tree. Such is my hope. As Joran did before me, I shall approach the Great One in friendship, that I might see through the veil of fear that blinds it and remember our covenant. Let us begin by cleansing all traces of corruption in the central shroud. To Greentear, I sense that the flow of ether has become warped there. Impressive, Kupo. Not even my keen eyes could spot corruption from such a distance. It is but one of many talents I owe to the elementals. Well then, shall we be on our way? And away we go! Blech. Get this water open, just in case. Nyong. Oh. I shall keep watch for errant beasts. This blight upon the forest must be cleansed. When you have finished, I shall consecrate the sapling and soil with prayer. Give me a second. It's making me lag. I'll do that. In gratitude for your boundless blessings do I offer this gift. May it nourish you as you nourish us. At last, the earth is cleansed. There is a settlement not far from here. We should tell them of the sapling, bid them watch over, and keep it safe from harm. Of course, Elder Seedseer. I shall relay your words forthwith. It will give the people hope to know that they can aid in the restoration of the Twellswood. Thank you. And now we must go. To Sunlight Arbor. There's something foul. There's something foul impedes the flow of ether. Let us hurry. Ba ba da ba ba. Pray seed to the corruption that I may plant and bless the sapling. Okay, looks like things have calmed down. There we go. The injury has begun to heal, and our next destination lies to the north. Near Hertzmill, I believe. 'Tis faint, for we are far from the source. Nevertheless, I am certain it is there. It is there. Come. So close to the hamlet. Is nowhere safe? Where must the people seek shelter from this corruption? 'Tis fortunate that the corruption here is faint. A simple prayer should suffice to cleanse this soil, after which we may plant a sapling. I sense no other disruptions in the etheric flow, which leads me to believe that the Mughals have already seen to the remainder. Indeed, the 12-wood sighs with a contentment I have not felt in a long while. But will it serve to placate the Great One, I cannot say, not until we visit the Guardian Tree. Excuse me, but you're the elder Seedseer, aren't you? What brings you all the way to our village? Corruption that had upset the balance of ether, but that we have since cleansed with prayer and saplings. Thus has the 12 Woods reclaimed a measure of peace. You've been planting trees? We have. The elementals have suffered much of late, and with these offerings we endeavor to raise their spirits. Elder Seedseer, I've got to protest. What of your people's spirits? We who dread every step we must take out of doors. That terrible monster is still out there, preying upon innocent folk without rhyme or reason, and if it doesn't strike us dead where we stand, its poison will finish the job. I know that you are afraid, that you and yours suffer still. However, 'tis under the auspices of the elementals that we may call the Twelveswood home, and they too cry out for deliverance. Even the Great One quakes with fear for the blasphemy's continued existence. To ignore their plight is to invite greater tragedy for us all. Rest assured, however, that I have not forgotten the needs of the people. We bring comfort to the elementals and renew our sacred ties that we might enlist the aid of the Great One in combating Glepnir and the suffocating despair it spreads. And so, I pray you, continue to put your faith in our guardians, and in me. Would that we could, Elder Seedseer, but we've been dealing with death and sickness since before Glepnir's coming. They say the creeping death's nothing to fear these days. Well, we know better. One of ours caught it not long ago. We gave her the cure, had plenty on hand, and for a while we thought it would be all right. But by the time we realized it hadn't done a damn thing, it was too late to call for a conjurer. It was a sad day for us all when she passed, but for none more so than her poor husband, Supin. He was beside himself with grief, and who could blame him? And then came Glepnir to compound our woes. Supin? It cannot be. Do you speak of Iasura Supin? Iasura? No, Supin was an odd one, but no one will make him for a Pajal. Supin wasn't even his real name. That'll be Enelja, but his wife was fond of calling him Supin for some reason, and it caught on with the rest of us. I see. Now what did Elengia look like? Well, I'd say he'd seen no more than 30 summers. Kept to himself, came and went with nary a word at times, though after he met his beloved, he became more of a fixture, friendly even. His wife was a sickly lass, but she had spirit. But spirit's not enough to beat the creeping death. Pity we couldn't do anything for her. He had finally made a new life for himself here. Thank you for recounting Elengia's story. Sad though it was, it has helped me better to understand how much you all have suffered. I promise that you will have cause to celebrate soon. Until then, I implore you again to place your faith in the elementals and in me. Together we shall overcome this crisis. Despite what he said, I am certain that this Elengia was Iasura Supin. To think that he was living so close by for all these years, searching for a new purpose, and finding true love, only to be robbed of that fulfillment too. Were he still Pajal, empowered by the elementals, could he have saved her? He would have dwelt on the question right night after sleepless night. I know I would have. Mayhap in the end he came to blame the elementals for his helplessness, for her death, and in despair was consumed. Okay, Mia, come here. Come on, I'll pick you up. There. I got cat. Aye, the animosity would linger, endure, and in vengeance would Glepnir find its final purpose. We have done all we can to show the Great One the purity of our intent. Let us hope that we will be accepted as friends. What you got there, Mia? Sent. Okay. It's fine. There. Hi, Mia. Suffering was Iasura's constant companion. Nay, it is still. For his sake and ours, we must deliver him peace. Our supplications cannot have escaped the Great One's notice. May it be enough to receive an audience. O Great One, may I abide ever beneath your boughs, embraced by your compassion, grace, and wisdom. Be still the fear within your heart. I know that I am your faithful servant. All feeling, passing corruption, refreshed, renewed green, flesh restored. Child of child, covenant honored, friend, friendship, peace. It worked! The Great One speaks through the Elder Seed Seer. We were right to follow Joran's example. Yeah. The corruption is but one aspect of a greater threat. Profanity's spawn, despair's orphan, sadness and anger, sadness, death's prayer, one and all, poison potent, wounds unmending, withering bark, no strength to share. After all we have done, you deny us? After all the Elder Seed Seer has endured, she has pledged herself to you, devoted her life to the Twelveswood. The people cried out for salvation, and she answered. The elementals cried out for deliverance, and she answered. Only you can help us now. If you do not, then we are lost. She is lost. Please, I beg you. We beg you. What are you doing here? We have been dependent on the Seed Seers all our lives, blaming them wherever something goes wrong, without ever considering what we might do ourselves. Aye, but no longer. The Elder Seed Seer has gone to incredible lengths for her people, and so her people have come to return the favor. If her plea alone is not convincing enough, then we will raise our voices in support. We couldn't let them make the journey without protection. That, and we couldn't let them put us to shame. We too have come to stand with the Elder Seed Seer and beseech the Great One for aid. We all want the same thing, don't we? peace restored to the forest. So please, share what you can, however little. Do not forsake us. Do not forsake her. Aw. Can E, Covenant's child, walks with man, with elemental, keeper of ancient faith, unbroken. Cannot, will not, break faith. To man, render up flesh. Then you agree to help us. Flesh, branches, take and join. To oldest elders, renew bond as one stir. Raise up to heavens, covenant symbol, our staff. All join, all bloom, all peace. My duty weighed heavy on my heart, so heavy that at times I scarce remembered to breathe. For days and nights I worried that I would be found wanting. But by your faith and trust has the path forward ever been revealed to us. You came hither, united in purpose, and bared your hearts before the Great One. Nay, Gridania is forever in your debt. Oh. Branches. Branches for everyone. You get a branch, and you get a branch, and you get a branch. Everyone gets a branch. May I rely on you all once more? I bid you take these branches to every corner of the Twellswood and join them to the eldest trees, that we might finally win free of this despair. It shall be done, Elder Seedseer. We swear it. Yeah! Once the trees have been bound together in spirit, I shall carry out the Great One's final instruction and cast its cleansing power all across the Twellswood. Yet I must remind you, my friends, that Glepnir still stalks the forest. It will not remain idle. It will attempt to stop us. Go with hope in your hearts, but do not lose sight of the danger. Alright. I admit, for a moment I thought it wouldn't work, but the Elder Seedseer moved on not only the hearts of the people, but that of the forest itself. Her final task appears to be a bit more complicated than the Great One made it sound, and so she must scour the ancient texts before the time comes, and consult with the Seedseer Council to make sure all goes according to plan. It's just as well. We still need to wait until the others have joined the Great One's branches to the many ancient trees scattered throughout the Twellswood. Then, of course, there is the matter of Glepnir. He will not go peacefully as we work to hasten his demise. When he comes, we must be ready. Chowder. Yes, you hear a cat. You hear a cat indeed. Hey Mia, say hello. Say hello. She's busy. Impeccable timing as always, Lily. But moments ago, the elder Seatseer sent word to go and fetch you. She's already on her way, and will explain everything herself when she arrives. The children of the Twelswood, both Moogle and man alike, have sallied forth, branches in hand, to the far reaches of the forest. Soon their task shall be completed. Though the shadow of death yet looms large, they do not allow despair into their hearts. They hold fast to their faith and a brighter future. We shall see their hope rewarded, and by the grace of the elementals, consign these grim days to memory. We need only succeed in summoning the Ermine Hedge. You may recall that the Great One's words were muddled in esoteric. I believe it was an instruction to carry out the esoteric ceremony in order to expunge the corruption befalling the forest, that the once tainted earth may begin to mend. For you see, when the Ermine Hedge last was formed, it was to protect the Twelswood from threats without. The Great One acted as a guardian, embracing the woods to shield them as a father would his child. On this occasion, however, we will call upon them to nourish and revitalize, as a mother nurtures her child to make them strong against sickness. In channeling the power of the elementals in this way, we can stem the spread of Gleipnir's poison, and the scars of its passing will finally heal. At least, that was what the Great One intended to say, I believe. The Seatseer Council agrees with my interpretation and has permitted me to perform the ceremony. I have in my possession a single branch, the final one to be attached to the eldest tree of the Twelswood. For all that you have done to aid us thus far, I ask you to accept this honor. Who better to set the final stone in this new foundation for everlasting peace? You who have sacrificed so much for the sake of others. If we had even a sliver of your courage, we could move mountains. You can count on me. Thank you, my friend. We will find the tree of which I spoke of in front of the Leatherworkers Guild. Let us depart. Hi, Mia. Are you good, girl? She happy. She happy. From here, the Great One's blessing will spread to every corner of Gridania and send all manner of wicked beasts scurrying back into the shadows. Look to the boughs above, and you will see a spot where the bark has been discolored by age and the elements. There you must affix the branch. Let's climb. You ascend the ancient trunk and affix the branch of the guardian tree to the weathered bark, as directed by the elder Seatseer. You are quite the climber, and with that, all preparations are now complete. Let us return to the guardian tree, and with the aid of the Great One deliver salvation to the whole of the Twelswood. Yeah. we go. Quite our journey nears its end. I shall be glad to go to bed again without Glepnir to haunt my dreams. If it is truly Ea Sura's lingering resentment for the elementals that drives the blasphemy, then it will surely come. For the sake of the man he was, I must try to appeal to his reason. But should I fail, then we will have no recourse but to fight. Regardless, this day we shall bid farewell to Glepnir. Go. Okay. Through the branches of the guardian tree, the Twelvewood has become as one. In summoning the Araman hedge, every elm of these sacred lands will be imbued with the Great One's nourishing ether. The forest will be empowered to heal itself, to break free of Glepnir's despair. This ceremony is complex and delicate, and I must maintain focus. I trust you will do what is necessary to see that I am not interrupted. He comes. Glepnir comes! Defend the Elder Seedseer! Whoa! A nasty piece of work. Are the elementals so deserving of your scorn? Do you hate me too, for my horns? I knew a boy once, a boy who called them gifts, symbols of the blessing that he resolved to share with the world. Yet the beast before we now brings naught but misery and death, marks its victims with chains to bind and condemn, to share in its suffering. I was not there for you then, but I am here for you now, to make what you have become. I shall begin the ceremony. Stand fast and remember what we fight for. Whoa. It's Angie. Oh, Mia. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, go down you go. Come on, Kenny. Kenny. Take it. Ah. My prayers have been heard. May your embrace shield us and cleanse the corruption from our home.
By the grace of the elementals!
Oof.
By the light of the crystal!
Okay.
I shall ease your hurts.
And wham!
gone with you! What's will be done?
Almost there. Got him. Ugh. Though sacred soil and azure skies may be our compassion flow, and swell to banish the darkness. Receding terror, blissful quiet. Blessing, covenant preserved, now and always, child of child. Honor and gratitude unending. For we as well, honor and gratitude unending. We could not have overcome the blasphemy without your aid. In your everlasting grace, I pray you continue to guide we children of the forest. In your boundless mercy, I pray you forgive the lost and forsaken who succumb to despair. To you, my dear Isra, I promise I shall never forget your words of wisdom. Ours is indeed a gift and a blessing, and a duty to our people I will uphold until my final breath. This I swear. Wow. Thank you, Lily. The great cleansing could not have succeeded without you. The blight has been purged, and the blasphemous beast which tore boards laid low. The sacred wood that once held its breath in fear now breathes a long sigh of relief. I must return to Gridania and my regular duties as Elder Seatseer, but I should be glad if you could call upon me there. That is, if I may impose upon you one final time. Thank you. I promise not to detain you at length. Let us meet again at the Lotus Stand. Ba, 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 ba. The Elder Seatseer waits with you within. Shall I escort you to her? Yes. The Great One's ether flows all throughout the Twelveswood, purging the last vestiges of Glepnir's poison. The surviving wounded are no longer in danger and have begun to recover at long last. We have much cause to rejoice, in no small part because of you, my friend. On behalf of Gridania and myself, allow me to thank you yet again for your tireless efforts in bringing Glepnir to heal. You went above and beyond the call of duty for the sake of our people and their homeland. You were inspiring to behold, and not for the first time, I must say. Forgive me, Elder Seedseer, but with this crisis behind us, I would suggest a new course of action. Oh, and what would that be? Rest. In all our time together, I have never seen you so hard pressed. Surely you are weary and could benefit from a brief respite. I appreciate your concern, my friend, but I cannot, will not. One day, perhaps, but not this day. But, Elder Seedseer, recent events have given me cause to reflect upon my past, upon lessons that I once thought I had taken to heart. When I did not yet understand the duty with which I had been entrusted, when these horns of mine were but chains binding me to a destiny I did not choose, 'twas Iasura who taught me to appreciate the gift I had been given. Had he not been there to help me keep to the proper path, where would my errant feet have taken me instead? He was perhaps the first, but he would not be the last. My brother and sister and countless other kind souls, through their words and their support, have also helped me to continue to find a way forward, even when I thought there was none. 'Tis by opening our hearts to one another that we, in turn, open new paths, that we can conceive of greater opportunities and brighter futures. All who live within Gridania are deserving of these gifts, and so I must always be there for them, that together we may journey in safety through the darkest night. Not tempted to live wild and free like an adventurer? It is not without its appeal. I recall fondly the few occasions I have traveled beyond. Our time together in the churning mists left a lasting impression. If ever there came a time when I need no longer serve as Elder Seedseer, I should like very much to accompany you on another adventure. Regardless of what the future has in store, my present course is clear. So long as we Padgel serve as the bridge between man and elemental, Gridania can weather any storm. And so I will continue to walk hand in hand with my people and my patrons, along a path that we discover together. That was nice. Though the blasphemy is no more, there are still administrative matters to resolve. If it is not too much to ask, could you bring word of these recent events to our delegate at Razathan? Yeah. It has been an honor and a pleasure, my friend. May the elementals watch over and keep you. Cool. Ba, 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 ba. Welcome back. I pray you have brought glad tidings. Glebner is slain. You've brought joy to me on an otherwise uneventful day. Of course, I had complete faith in your success, but I had begun to worry ever so slightly when you did not return as quickly as I anticipated. I shall report your success to the envoys at once. If we have further need of you, I pray you will answer our call. Complete. Ooh. Nice. Alright. Let's do this! Got my box of tissues, got my rum and cola, got some water, I'm all set. You're cold? Why are you cold? Get a frickin' blanket. Look at all these people. I realize you've still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can as well. They said they were returning to the Baldessian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I'd suggest speaking with Kryl first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans. What is that? Huh. That seems very suspicious. You're back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru. It was a surprise long in the making, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Stola, Thancred, and Aranja have gone to the last sand for a bite to eat. Alce and Grahatia, meanwhile, though their time would be better spent poring over books in Numenon. As for Alphino and Estinian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Levier estate, though Estinian seems somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you've mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to the last stand before Stoll and the others finish eating, but above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle, a fatigued mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. Speak Thancred. Thancred. That's water. Nero! What are you doing here, you rascal? Hmm? No, I am not neglecting my duties. Honestly, am I not allowed even a moment to myself? A genius needs time to reflect on his thoughts, you know. The Ark truly is a marvel, and I count myself fortunate having had the opportunity to help build it. A pity I did not come here sooner. Oh, the things I could have done with the fruits of their research. Not that, not that, not that is any of your business, mind you. That threw me off. The not that that is any of your business. Not that that is any of your business, mind you. Though I suppose I could have found a way to apply that knowledge to further improvements to the Ark as well. I wonder if I can find Alpha. I wonder if he's wandering around over here. Try as he might, she might, Tataru had no chance of standing between you and a hearty meal. Don't worry, we saved some for you. Has thou perchance had opportunity to partake of the rainbow pudding? Owing to its striking flavor and somewhat garish appearance, it is quite popular. Indeed, so popular that the last stand stock has been entirely exhausted. I should hope, at the very least, Puddingway did sup upon this most delectable of desserts. Lily, come to make our trio a quartet, have you? Please, have a seat, and we'll see about getting you a drink.
Your business with Tataru was finished.
Indeed it is.
My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Oh, look at all these goodies. Oh, it looks so good. Chicken wings, pizza, sandwich burgers. What kind of... is that salmon?
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
We'll get through this together.
Gods, it feels like only yesterday that we went on that mission to Drybone.
Oh, yeah.
We've both changed much since then, have we not?
Mm-hmm.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Asians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though. In uniting to overcome a common foe, The disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise.
Oh yeah! Runar.
Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
No.
Spare me.
Dad cred.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's
Probably-
yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast?
Lily will probably go on with crafting and stuff. Being an online crafter.
To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
To those we have lost. What a nice scene. And yes, I had to take a screenshot before that disappeared. I say, Lily, whence came this simulacrum that stands beside thee? I see falsely, but Stola and Thancred but months ago employed the selfsame doubling magic. Oh, Ariange, you drunk. Alright then, keep thy secrets. You're special. You can always count on your friends to help you maintain perspective. A pity mine may take a perverse pleasure in it. I like to think I give as good as I get, though it'd fare better with the occasional assist from a consummate nodder. But it's all good in good fun, and I wouldn't have it in any other way. Any other way. No, huh? Where is it? Too much loading. Leaving so soon? I suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Urianger, I dare say that others would welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that is all that matters. The food looks so good. No, you're weird. Pudding way. Ah, Lily, I've come to this studium in order to study the ways of pudding. Alas, my creations didn't jiggle as they should just yet. But I persevere. Persevere. Graha. Snore. He sleep. I try speaking with LSA, but she's fast asleep. Aww.
Oh, knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love, you deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear.
Cryle with that ultimate knowledge.
So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
I shall cry. Thank you. The prince awakes.
feels familiar.
Hi, what's up?
Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
You both fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Aww.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Scary? Scary?
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Just enjoying a little peace and quiet. That was nice. To the Levier estate. What? Surely this isn't the first time you've seen me without my armor. Hang on, I gotta check it out. Oh, look at that tunic! Damn! You looking good. Gotta get that Link cosplay going there, eh, Estinian? Eh, Estinian? Gonna go save some princesses? Gonna go slay those Ganons? You do you, sir.
Oh. What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Awesome.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Poor Estinian.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
Oh.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink.
I roll my eyes.
The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
True.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... It was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today.
Oh, it's lines from the live letter thing.
After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do.
Aw.
Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich
or poor. Family is family.
Aww.
Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait!
Alphino? What is it?
Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To
Uh-oh.
have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
Frickin' edgelord.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
Oh. I suppose I ought to thank you both as well.
Well, we needn't make it a competition.
Yes, we do.
You know, this must be what Hydaelyn meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
All that remains is to return to the annex and give my armor one last polish. I expect Alphino has maintenance to carry out on those floating things of his, too. A few of our comrades decided to remain a while in Charlian after making their deliveries. Did you happen to pass any on your way here? Now I saw a narrow. I'm paranoid. Who do they miss? Walk this way really quick. Suppose I should give some of my equipment a quick repair while I'm here. Oh, it's Kay. Hang on. Really repair really quick and poker. I'm gonna wait right here and surprise Kay. Sorry for the delay, this needs to be done. Kay's probably doing the, oh yeah, she's doing the cryo thing. This might take a little bit, but I want to surprise her. Yeah, I'm on levy at the moment. I was doing a visit with Solo before I logged off yesterday. Okay. Okay. Hang on, I'm gonna get it right up. Just. That's close enough right there. Okay. And probably shouldn't wait too much longer. I don't want to delay stream that much. Oh. Aww. Do some messaging with Kay. She knows I was visiting her in cutscene. She knows. Oh yeah, I'm looking for NPCs. Who did I miss? Meh. I was hoping to run into Alpha. Don't see him anywhere though. Kay's screaming. I think she's on the same emotional level I was yesterday. Welcome back, Lily. I returned to catch a final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. Retire to the chambers. That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo. What you doing, Xenos?
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
And thus it dawns. The day of reckoning.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments. From the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule.
Stinian.
Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
We'll do it. Don't worry.
Let us be off then.
Wait!
Oh, please.
Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
We have Kryl's blessing. We got this. You can count on it. I suppose this is where we part ways, for now at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Galuf Baldestian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think, but for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture into the sea of stars. And away we go! I see him! Oh yes, I know you. Your reputation in the rumor mill precedes you. At any rate, how might I help you? Oh, Alpha! Quack! 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 Alpha appears to be trying to cheer you on. Bloop bloop. The miniature model of Omega appears to be staring intently at the Ark. Man is said to fear what he does not know, yet he would venture into the greatest of unknowns. I say to you, daughter of man, that you need not fear. So long as man shares a bond with dragon kind, so too does he share our kinship with the heavens, and our ancient home amidst the stars infinite. I pray you go forth, and prove this bond of ours, tempered and tested, shall endure unbroken for 1,000 years. First the great Exodus, and now this. It seems there's no end to our work. In truth, more than a few gleaners were distressed to learn that their earlier efforts were for nothing. It was no easy task convincing them that the new plan was for the best. I can tell you that. I can't tell you every man believes this is the wisest course, but I can say that all would be forgiven if you deliver us from the coming doom. And if you don't, well, at least you don't get the earful I certainly will. At least you won't get the earful I certainly will. It's troubling enough that the brute Sicard left without warning, leaving me to carry all those cumbersome containers. But that he failed to be present to send you off is absurd. What could possibly be more deserving of his attention at a time like this? Cold net. It is no easy thing to say leave the star to us, but we must, and we will, as proud members of the Scions. We have a duty to uphold. And we didn't do so alone. Those dark days when we were driven from the Rising Stones and hunted as traitors are a thing of the past. We have allies in abundance now. Which is to say, you needn't need to worry about us. Go forth in the knowledge that the Scions will labor without rest in your absence. Though our fellow Scions couldn't be here, they wanted me to tell you that, no matter what calamity may befall us, they will never give up, and neither should you. No matter how far you may go, we will be there with you in spirit. No matter how dark it may seem, your light will shine and endure. Mr. Skrile tells me your investigation into the theories on Akasa and its relation to the final days has made clear the source of our woes. I am elated to know my work was of some benefit, but I could not have shared it had you not rescued me from the tower that day. I yet owe you a great debt, and one I may never fully repay, but I shall try nonetheless. Not only through my research, but through my desire to see you succeed, which I believe may influence the Akasa in our favor, small though the effect may be. Yes, so long as we have hope, there is a chance that we may influence the outcome of this calamity. We were quite fortunate the Loporrit's hyperhopper was based on principles similar to those in ethereology. Integrating it with the Ark's existing systems might well have been impossible otherwise. We may have Charlene's wealth and knowledge at our disposal, but theirs is technology far beyond anything we have ever studied. You are familiar with teleportation magics, yes? The momentary conversion of the body into ether that it may travel via the light stream is from one physical point to another. The hyperhopper enables transport through a similar method, but not one involving light stream. Rather, it utilizes highly condensed ether to create an ethereal current of its own. This current is exponentially faster and more powerful than the naturally occurring ones to which we are accustomed. So much so, in fact, that ethereal conversion of the physical form is not a prerequisite for traversal. If you are concerned about side effects, such as ethereal sickness, you needn't be. You should emerge at your destination hale and whole, in theory. At the very least, I can assure you that it is safer than the experimental aether sites you use to reach Raz at hand. Montbreda has been on my mind more often of late. How different her life might have been if not for our research into teleportation magics. Perhaps she would never have gained an interest in ethereological studies, but to abandon our work out of misplaced guilt for who she could have been would be a disservice to the memory of who she was. Nay, it was because of her that we found the resolve to carry on, and now we stand at the edge of a new frontier, with a ship ready to bear you into the distant stars and beyond. This arc is as much her accomplishment as it is ours. I regret nothing. So this is the ship that will bear us into the Ultima Thule. That even Wilson and Blodwida should be in attendance is most unexpected, but I am nonetheless heartened by their presence. For so many to see us off like this seems wholly unnecessary. Still, I'll not begrudge them for wishing us well. This is the pinnacle of etherochemistry, a synthesis of modern innovation and the ancient wisdom of Alag. The Ark's engine appears to be capable of processing condensed ether in quantities I never thought possible. I wasn't expecting quite so many people to be seeing us off. Let us hear what Father has to say. They said work on the Ark is finished, but you certainly wouldn't know it by looking at it. I'll send word to the Alliance leaders the very moment the ship takes off. Obviously they couldn't be here, but I'm sure they'll be cheering for you every step of the way. Quite the turnout, wouldn't you say? Then again, who wouldn't want to be present for a once-in-a-lifetime event? Don't see any real changes to it. No, I don't see any changes.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
Oh, I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of star-faring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return.
You got my guarantee.
So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars.
Wait, is it gonna be called Ragnarok?
And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world. And in so doing,
no, I know it is.
Life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship.
Oh, it is Ragnarok! Sweet! Is this gonna have the Final Fantasy VIII rendition of Ragnarok? Please tell me it's gonna be it.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
You son of a bitch, you're late! Well, no wonder you're late.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves.
Thou wouldst employ summoning. Or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Oh.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Charlie and Toves, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
May we have a moment?
Yeah, sure.
In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
We won't fail you.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my willing to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
Wow. Ragnarok. Emilians will not be joining us, I'm afraid. She cannot bear to watch her children embark on so perilous a mission. Make no mistake, I feel the same. I cannot tell how many times I had to step away from my duties, so distracted by thoughts of all the ways it could go wrong. Even now, a part of me wants to drag them away and forbid. Well, not they would listen. So I will see them off with pride in my heart and a prayer on my lips. For my children, and for the star they love so dearly, you must prevail. If you would come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. Alright, before I do this, I'm gonna just grab another drink. I'm ready. Let's do this. Wow. Sleeping away, no!
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
Make sure. Okay, good. Whoa.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
More than ever.
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Do it, Alphino.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
I'm not the only one that needs to be put into awkward situations. I believe in you.
If
Got
you all
this.
insist. Onward unto the distant stars and beyond. Ragnarok, engage!
Oh, fuck yeah. There it goes. And here's the summons. Whoa! Bismarck! King Mogumog! Garuda.
Ah! That I must carry landwalkers into the sky! I cannot imagine a greater indignity!
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor.
Oh, Cicero.
Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
Here he goes!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Oh. Warp speed! Wow.
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch. All right. Let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Heidelin believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
Is that normal?
What is this? Something is... interfering with the equipment.
That's not normal, is it?
Greetings.
Oh, hello, Meteon.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Meteon.
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Heidelin guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours.
Oh.
Suffocated and extinguished now.
Uh-oh. Dynamis?
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
By the Fury.
Thancred?
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
Huh.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look.
We need to find him.
Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
Here we go.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
Whoa.
So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Whoa. Wait, is that?
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
If Meteon no should strike again with such overwhelming force, honestly don't know how we are to oppose her. We were clearly no match for Meteon, yet we survived unscathed. But how? There is a dizzying, disorienting feeling about this place, as if I could lose my footing at any moment. We must be careful. Didst thou witness what became of Thancred? So quickly was I overcome by Meteon's malevolence that I saw naught of their altercation. It's so dark. I can barely see anything. It is as Livingway said. I can breathe well enough, but something about this place feels wrong. I can't guarantee it will be of help in these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provisions note in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. Don't hesitate to make the most of the provisions node. There's no telling what you might run into out there, or if anything we have to offer might help. But I'll personally rather brave the unknown with a full pack than an empty one. Well, there's definitely stuff out here. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid stale quality of the air. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Wow. This way, maybe. Could this be? There's dragons here. What is that? I have a feeling I know what this place is. I have a feeling what I know what this place is. I see no one else in this barren waste, do you? Then why do I feel like we're not alone, like there's another presence with us? Something dark and mournful. What was this, I wonder? There is a structure here in front of me, yes? A tower of some sort. Partially melted. In a strange twist of fate, it seems our perception of this place is not so different as it would be elsewhere. The world as I used to see it. It feels as though I am dreaming while awake. This is more than the faded memory of Meteon led us to believe. These remains have long since turned to ash, and yet they retain their form. Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top suggests it is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I have seen this pattern before. The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it cost the mina the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Whoa. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'll never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. I'm gonna call it out here and now. This is where Midgard's armor is from. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. There is nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone, or something, is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving with feelings of death and anguish. I felt it too when I was near that thing. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We've found only more questions than we were in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's starboard we've yet to explore. Let us try searching there, then. They can't see it. Lily, a word before we join the others. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard's armor, and mine with Nidhogg, is what allows us to perceive them. Could these aberrations be related to the dragons that now live on Antheros? Bah, better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? My sight may have been restored after a fashion, but I fear what I see cannot be trusted. It's as if Meteon herself has etched these images upon my heart. I doubt not that such a feat is within her power, given that she constructed this sanctuary herself. Look there, are those ghosts, do you think? Dr. Octagon on the bus! Surely mine eyes deceive me. This cannot be possible. Dragons. 'Tis true they are not of our world, but to find them in a prison of despair. Okay, it seems these dragons have yet to succumb completely to the darkness of this place, meaning the others should see them as well.
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was.
Okay, that explains it.
A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words.
No. I think Dynamis got him.
Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed.
God damn it.
Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade into a place you can perceive and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Thancred.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business. Huh?
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you. Emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteon holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
My aim was true. I had her. How are we to defeat an enemy we can't attack? He can't really be gone, can he? Meteon herself said his soul persists. That he is the reason we are still breathing. If so, then maybe... It's hard to believe Thancred was able to overcome Meteon's will. Yet here we are. Would that the price for his victory had not been so high. I understand now why the Loppards were surprised to find that this environment could sustain life. There, but for Thancred's sacrifice. His will was strong enough to reshape Ultima Thule that we might survive, that I might see again. His sacrifice must not be wasted. Hang on. Her eyes? She said she can see again. They're still gray. Soul without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. Their circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meteon. Estilian, Lily, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surroundings. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone has finished. Meteon said these dragons are shadow and shade, from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. It's Dynamis. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. Why does that look so weird? On burdened wings. It's Dynamis that lets her see? Oh, gotcha. A visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame. Oh, how we would adore thee, alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march into oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. I think this is the Mist Dragon. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, no conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat. Never had we known such shame. Stifled now are the winds. Though none could fill these wings burdened with ignominy, we fly no more, only sink into oblivion. He sleep. Thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar, only watch, and wait, and end. But one slight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Am Nol, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight I describe such tragedy. Go, if that is be thy will, I shall remain. They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar in Atheris. Midgard Zormer's kind must have once had lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vitra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these Aes have more to tell of what happened here. Inside the shattered shell, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it's failed to emerge. Oh, poor thing. A murky liquid has pooled inside this eggshell. The noxious furor is indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, You peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. This egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonette within succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonette was indeed hatched, there is no sign of it here, or its sire, for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops, and I'll search the plains. It's the baby. The baby. Malformed. Roar. No. I'm sorry. The boisterous howling hath been quieted. By thy hand, I presume. Everything alright? I thought I heard a dragon, or something resembling one. Ah, I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs within Amnol are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for acquisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In pure soil replete with aether did we once cultivate nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to hatch emerge as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you, capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were prone to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict. Of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed. I pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. A test of will. With luck, they'll have learned something to help us devise a plan of action. Good to see you. Made it back in one piece. The more I see of this place, the more bewildering it becomes. Did your exploration prove eventful? Conserve with any dragons? We would hear what the dragons had to share with you. Even if it's no different from what they told Irianja, it would have value. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Lily Estinian. As for our part, I believe that we are more accurately aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island, to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There was no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity, but it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond its boundaries of the island, it had vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Loports to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide a conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteon told us before, the emotions dictate the reality here, might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we've no way forward. At present, aye. If it's indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Meteons, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict, and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. The reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Meteon meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps that can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. 'Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Meteon herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee. I'll end, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what do we have to lose? Let's get going. Stinian? Maybe he knows how to help the dragon. I'll end.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Aye, our pride is crushed and our souls corrupted. The winds are stilled and the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives a curse as we await the end. Still a stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin, on another star, and yet upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much. and repaid their suffering in kind.
It matters not whither we fly. Mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, on the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back!
We tire of war. We tire of turmoil. Dignity tarnished, crimson stained. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life.
I see. Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
Fuck. I see a trend.
No! Not Estinian too!
Whoa.
There's a wind. He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Let's keep going. Must this always be the price paid for safe passage? If I hadn't known this place would reclaim Estinian too, No. No, it's what had to be done. As by the beating of mighty wings doth wind blow, where dragons may ne'er again touch the sky, here in the shade he bore shall soar free. This wind has stayed the fog that covered this island, and the air. It no longer feels quite so stifling. Is it me, or does the music sound a little bit different now? Look there! The wind! This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. Oops. A powerful gale has delivered you into another island. The other scions should arrive before long. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war, yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphonse, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alasei is right. We must press on, for their sake. We have to keep going, even if Estinian isn't here to see it. I'm sure Alphonse wouldn't want to disappoint him. Though it pains me to say it, we can ill afford to stop and grieve our comrades' passing. No, there will be time enough after. No choice have we but to march onward, lest we squander the noble sacrifices. To feign bravery with bold words is a simple matter, but without the strength of will to match, we are powerless against Dynamis. Not less than an unshakable conviction will suffice, which makes me question if I am up to the task. As Stola and Alasei said, we must continue. Notice a change in our surroundings? Perhaps this is a memory of an altogether different world. 'Twould be prudent to learn more of it, then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in this sand. Another world. Sand, sand everywhere. If not for the light emitted by these glyphs, it might well have overlooked this monolith. Another seemingly barren world. For a mercy, the air is nowhere near as stale, but still quite dry, and the sand will no doubt prove bothersome in due time. Roads paved. Sacrifice? Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, 'twould appear as ordinary stone. A curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve the knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely, so I may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteon claimed the dragons were suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whomever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. I see the catastrophe. I see it. Hail, travelers. This is the most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Ah, forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected, when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. When the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, Ia, I believed, was the pronunciation we used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for the nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kofkod. Kofkod. Yes, Kofkod, of the ear. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium ether, or dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive, yes? Then, that is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we are aether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition of those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I've prepared 199,812,180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? Ah, my apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we disbanded with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need of the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word. It would be a simpler matter to unmake yourselves through use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impertinence of one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Ea, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Ea wandering the desert. Their desires for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. He be vibin'. They said there would be others, but I don't know what I was expecting. Something tells me we have different definitions of the word abode. I should not be surprised their concept of a village is so different from ours, and yet... More violet-colored crystals. I cannot place my finger on it, but there is something unsettling about them. The Isle of Dragons was shrouded in the silence of the dead, yet the stillness here doth suggest the Ea are, by and large, merely sleeping. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers, you'll find, remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle. What of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your infinite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to peruse said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a mobile state, rest assured they will not object for you to disturb their respite. You will need only cast your thoughts towards one of their crystalline domiciles to communicate. Even should they elect not to emerge, you need but cast your thoughts to the crystals to communicate with the Ea within. You cast your thoughts towards the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. You... you wish to speak? Very well. Pray, a moment, if you would. Why we seek her end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when last I emerged? Ah. A strange morning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? I see. If they fail to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated either now. Worry not, there are no others who have need for those lodgings. And they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer? Your request for an audience, yes? Imagine they will be with us ere long. Flash abandoned? I know luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few Ia have awakened. Ah, there they are. May I introduce you Lach, Duke, and Negt. It has been too long, Claude. I dare say Sadir 4 had since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. And the absence of corporeal forms, and the divergence they afford, may have such familiarity in voices unavoidable. By the way, Cold, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. Ah yes, so long has it been, it has completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity, I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Ned Nig. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course, food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish the ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right, that's right! We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If that we had a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. We were told to stand wherever we like. This strikes me as less of a meal and more of a ritual. Judging by the construction of this facility, 'twould seem that Ia directly drove upon the ether. Ether, they said, but I can't help but feel a bit nervous. If they are thus able to replenish their ether, a loss of vital substance isn't likely to be the cause of their demise. If it is as I suspect, then this so-called feast. Actually, let us see for ourselves. Fear not, we are not like to come to harm. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little bit longer. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I suspected, as meticulously as one might recreate the Ia's home world, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarat. However, appearances may seem, as we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it, as deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in substance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? Your flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Ea yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible such as land to the intangible such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see, too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. We managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become incorporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms. Their lives are readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elagea. Stola next, I think. Like her master, Stola seeketh the truth of creation. How will the truth of Ea, who uncovered all but only to desire the end, fall upon her ears? To divine the laws of creation would have been no small feat, even for the Ea. Nay, having eternal life, and hence no sense of haste, would only have made it harder. Such tremendous drive for knowledge they must once have had, and I struggled to reconcile it with the listless beings before us. Whatever answers they found, it did not bring them happiness. You may be intimately familiar with the problem. I know it like the back of your hand, yet be powerless to solve it. In the course of my struggles, I have often been made keenly aware of this fact. I wonder, have the Ea never felt the same frustration? 'Tis true that a lack of knowledge can beget fear. Therefore, in theory, by acquiring all knowledge, it may be possible to attain peace. But as Heidelin told us, all those peoples who attempted to free their worlds from life's woes met with failure. And the Ea are among them, as their presence here attests. The tale we are about to hear will not be a happy one. And a fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Before we hear the climax of the Ea's tale, perhaps I should speak of On second thought, it'll only be a distraction. We'll talk more when the time is right. Nope. Where knowledge leads. Ere we join the Ea, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Lily Gra Tia, might I trouble you for your assistance? But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Arianje, but I trust you have your best interest at heart. Oh yeah, it's really interesting. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Alagea. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. No more luck noises button? I will bring that back, but not during, like, serious stuff, like the reading of MSQ and whatnot. How far are we going? Whoop! A spring, and a sizable one at that. I have noticed it amidst the dunes. Shit. Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra. They believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Median has taken their hearts into herself? I'm inclined to agree. If Meteon can take the emotions of others as her own, I dare say she would be able to recreate them more faithfully than she had relied on any historical account. By which logic, she must have visited them while they still lived, the dragons and the Ea both. So, too, did I theorize, and, upon the assumption, consider how those two races may have met at their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteon perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own. A heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an enteleki. In the course of her star-faring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteon did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and the Ea unto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, their fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask for yourselves this. In the place where you stand, though whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Ne'er again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades, in bringing thee into my confidence. I remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side full knowing what we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs to go such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, then, let us go and join our comrades. Let us be off to Telagea. I looked to general chat briefly on Final Fantasy 14 and I see cursed food conversations. I understand you've taken care of business. If you are ready to begin, then so are we. While we waited, we mentioned our star's situation to the Ea. They nodded sagely, or something to that effect. Come, let us hear the Ea's tale, and learn what caused such enlightened beings to cave nihility. Don't mind me. Oh, you're already here. You're here already. Your comrade said you would be late. We have prepared for a recounting. To facilitate comprehension, the information will be simplified to match your primitive minds. It would seem your star, too, has been plunged into a panic-induced cataclysm. We hope that our tale will not serve as to exacerbate it. Your companion in front, the one called Stola, she seems the keenest to learn the truth. I pity her. It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world.
We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated.
Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter onto an eternal ice age.
In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it.
Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir.
Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators.
Exsanguator. Ugh, that's hard to pronounce.
Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture.
Exsanguinators.
Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish.
If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught. But I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge. And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
And then they were gone.
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Atheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friend's emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Hmm. Never have I felt such emptiness. It's as if a part of me is gone. I'm fine, Lily. Like I said, our quest doesn't end here. Oh, it's getting worse. The text is getting worse. We all ready to continue on? Then let us make for where that light shone. Stroll and Urianger have opened the way for us. Spiders. Judging by the direction, this should be the place. Some manner of AI device. If our friends awakened it, then it should be safe to use. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal, and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Portal of Wisdom. Whoa. Oh, 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 oh. All I can say is, oh. Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Elfinol with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring. Oh, hang on. I expect the twins will seek the uttermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they still most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let us avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. Didn't get far. You see naught but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to a non-violent intercourse. Look, Lily, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of the star. Unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label, interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. Bloop bloop. A planet... what? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omnicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omnicrons, you say, and what is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody or be terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omnicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow, if you could try speaking with the others. Blip bloop. Autonomous weapon deployed. Complete. Vanguard armament upgrade. Complete. Munitions levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment. Nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Measuring combat capability. Result. Negligible. Subject falls outside of targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omnicrons, and your objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the home world of the beings whose restraints was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeding the gains. Greeting, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands, and indiscriminately attack all non-Omnicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, we advise that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Ugh! This is hard! You learned a few things? So did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like this, the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? So the Omnicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Ariandra's description, a soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others? Ariandra said this. During our investigation, before we joined you in Elegea. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and the Eag longed for death, the Omnicrons long for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. But according to M032, the first Omnicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? Let's go for it. Pointless exercise. What does that even mean, I wonder? Considering the Omnicron's single-minded character, the lack of new orders does seem unusual. I agree that we should seek out their leader. Gratia is ready to set forth. So the console we seek lies on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us all watch our step as we make our way. Something not found. I think that's what that says. Wow, this ground is really bad. Might as well grab this ether current. I'm gonna aggro this thing trying to get to this. And boop. It don't see me. This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? You try touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, but there is no response. No luck, I see, but there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega.
I thought so too.
A jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Ah, that's so like you, Graha. Have at it.
Very well. Here I go.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wow.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Yeah. Though I never encountered Omega myself, and conceiving the means to send the Crystal Tower to the First, we borrowed much from its mastery of the Rift. Indeed, so many times did I read the report of your battle, I believe I could recite it word for word. Omega's miniature likeness also survived to the future. I felt a little worse for the wearer, I must confess. I was delighted to see it again in the present. I remember when we set Omega loose to deal with Shinryu. An elegant weapon, we once thought, and here we are now, visiting a recreation of its home world. I can only imagine how else these beings will surprise us. Let us focus on our search on the outpost. Elsa and I will try speaking with the Omnicrons this time, in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let's begin at once. Off we go. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. And here we are. I see the twins are wasting no time with their inquiries. Let us begin observing the Omnicrons. They are supposed to be standing by, so we should look for any that aren't. Omicron wanders about ceaselessly, as if lacking a clear objective. An Omicron wandering aimlessly? Where? Ah, I see it. It's left the base. Let's follow it. It's not here, but it definitely came this way and must have used this portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Bzz. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is a function of the device. To go such lengths to sustain it, is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing toward which may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end, I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. Soto is acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon, but it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Lily, one day, when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? Of course, why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, if we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir, and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. Hello, world. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omnicron. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. I have given them the short of it, if you would care to provide the full account. It appears the two of you made a promising discovery. Graha says you found a suspicious Omnicron. That's good, because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the extended operation unit, that there was no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me what you learned. Tell me you learned something more useful. An Omnicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in the position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that compromise Sir. As we know, the Omnicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omnicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger, much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. An inspired idea, I dare say it is worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Lily, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omnicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps that could only be our errant Omnicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alphinaud and I will stand by at the console, and when it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this doubt-plagued Omnicron. You're the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Full glad I am to find you again. I have a question for you, you see, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information, very well. Ra has begun distracting the Omnicron. Soon LSA will strike the console with lightning. Observe M017 closely for anomalous behavior after LSA had cast her spell. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target an area, and confirm it with mouse click. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You'll excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly, and you are connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know. But before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well, our friends are at the console. Let us head there. If not as a mess with the other Omnicrons, I dare to hope that we found that which prevents our advance. This unit struggles to understand why the tree continues to grow despite being destined to die. Let us shed light on its doubts, that we may shine the way forward. A little jolt works wonders, doesn't it? All that's left is to have this Omnicron divulge the truth to us.
have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
You say it, I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will.
You got it, friend.
If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Are you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
Damn it. We press on.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
A crystalline path. He has paved it for us. They all leave so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick, and that'll be just a start. Oh, okay. It's really good. Fools. All of them fools. That crystalline path. Gra has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on for our friends and all who await us in the faith. So come, let us seek that path's beginning. Control yourself. It appears to be near the outpost. Yeah, I'll be right back. words. I won't let it break me. Don't you worry. I never have, and I never will. Just me and the twins now. Look, Lily. A portal has opened. It will surely deliver us, true, it must. Look up, Lily. It's as though the stars are being devoured by the dead sun. And that's where we're headed, into the maw of darkness. Well, here's where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let us make our way, one sure step at a time. Now more than ever, we must walk as one. Will you go and take LSA's hand? Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Alphano and LSA are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. Thancred would scout the road ahead. Stola and Arianja would trade opinions on the esoteric subjects. Graha would join in their discussion, or else chat with me and LSA about the mission. Estinian would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while you would come up and go, wherever you are needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear is my footfalls, my heartbeat. It's so much quieter now. But the fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are. They are, aren't they? Oh, hang on. Wrong way. I didn't see that other path. The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly, we've come far, much farther than we would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration, that we have learned and grown from them, that Hyland has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive. I'll go about my day, relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? But none of it. No. No, I won't give up on these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. Rest assured I am fine. But thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from journey's end. It'll be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me, don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us. For everyone. And while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. Not gonna lie, this is kind of fucking me up. Well, this is it, the end of the path, and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. I know, right, New? And what we achieved and how it changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. There are some structures up ahead, still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope that it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish for all the same. And for you, most of all. Not that you all of people need it, it's just, after all the help you've given me, for once I want to be the one to help you. Why are you guys just running all white? Why are you running past these points? Fuck you! Get back here! You get back there! You get back there! The Necropolis. This is almost... normal? It's not like in many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There is simply no one here. Meteon. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide. None can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all if you like, but you'll only end up turning back. If what Meteon says is true, what are we supposed to do? You think you've caught me? This form is barely a drop from the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are only still alive because of your comrades, but they cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching over watching you try and fail to find a way out of this lifeless place. If there is no one here, then neither should there be a motion to bar our way. Yet Medion seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? One way or another, we must find the way forward. Let us make a thorough search of the city. You are not alone. Whatever Medion may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. The object resembles a tree and appears to have fashioned from a stone-like material, erected in the place of an actual tree or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain, to tell the story. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose few sitting on the counter, vessels for the beverages in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity until it was not. There's nothing there. I see Kat is here. In the distance, you glimpse Alce picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. You strain your ears to catch something, anything, but hear not so much as the chirping of an insect. She's waiting for a special fate? Oh boy. Rusty door. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. I'm missing something. Oh, there. Wait, she's over here now? Oh, never mind. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Hello? If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. Lily, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know that I don't want to be here alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphino and compare what we've learned.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air.
Oof, Neo.
I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteon seen.
Ah. Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will.
Stop, not another word.
I'm sorry, but there is a chance, and I must seize it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you, the last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone?
Why?
More than a hero. She's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you.
I'll do that.
What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a Star of Promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters. As did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Atheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
Answers.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
It's beautiful. It's my turn now. Meteon. Earlier, an old Charlian. Time's running out.
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry, an associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Oh shit. I think I know who that was. In a city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. The sorrow of a thousand worlds away is heavy, and yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never have foreseen.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home. I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Strong art thou, mortal.
I'm okay.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You have suffered enough.
This is my burden to bear. You will not have it.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the world.
You must triumph.
Drink of calamity and drown in
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
It was all
I am ever grateful.
I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years,
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I won't forsake our cause. Oh, shit!
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Mm-hmm.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Flowers.
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Sorrow.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
Friends, to me!
May you ever walk in the light.
You guys okay?
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Together. Come with us, Meteon. Huh?
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
Thanks, you two.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star.
You got it, Hades.
See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
Aww. That smirk. Alright, true, yeah. We need to help her cope with all this. As different and mysterious as the ancients may be, there are people not unlike us. The first people to fall and feel pain, and the first forced to find a way to rise again. From them we have come, and in our pain and suffering we are connected. I can't claim I fully understood the workings of this place, but in that moment I felt I knew what I needed to do. I felt that it was the right time to offer up this life I owe, that I could risk it all on the wager that the rest of you would manage without me. Full glad I am to see that I was right. No need to explain. I have a rough idea what happened while I was gone. It was a strange feeling, as though I was struggling in a pitch-black sea. A powerful tide was trying to wash me away, one that churned with hatred and envy for life. And it was all I could do to swim against it. And suddenly I was here. It felt long and short at the same time, hazy as in a dream, but through it all, one thing was crystal clear. You fought with all your being to keep our hopes alive. For all of the lives on those stars whose light has been extinguished, for the ancients who went before us, I offer a solemn prayer. To go and see all those places and more, Emet Selk has given you quite the task. Suffice it to say, I should be glad to assist you, once we return together triumphant, of course. 'Tis my fervent hope that our ancient friends will find a new beginning. They and all of their brethren who have returned to the ethereal sea. For that to come to pass, we must succeed. We must avert the final days and save Atheris. I don't think I ever knew what to say in the man. I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in your moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and bid the final curtain fall. Let's usher in an ending worthy of the grandest ovation, one that will give all Atheris cause to raise their voices in celebration. Endwalker. This is it! Are you ready, Lily? As I'll ever be. Then let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I'll say only this. Within that dead sun swirls the emotions that Medion has hoarded, the emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. 'Twas not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you all have helped me. Everyone's going home today. Understood? Aye! The dead ends. Emetzelk and Hathodeus created these flowers from our hopes. If so, mine and Alasae's shall live on here. The hope that you will find happiness at journey's end. So let us go, Lily, and see this tale to its conclusion. Just so you know, Lily, I won't try to keep up with you in the coming battle. No, I mean to surpass you. If there's anyone who'll need to keep up, it's Estinian. I'm not joking. Both Alphinaud and I have worked hard to come far. It's time we set our sights higher. So you had better watch out, else you'll find yourself in my wake. I am returned, thanks to you, but we still have work to do if we are to make our promise a reality. Having you show me the sights in Ishgard, then regaling me with your greatest adventures, then embarking on a new adventure together. For these things and more, I will fight. What? Could there possibly be an adventure greater than this one? Of course, so long as you desire it and dare to take the first step, there is absolutely no limit. As Alphinaud says, everyone's resolve is beyond doubt. Yet ere we set forth, there is a thought to which I must give voice. While you were in Elpis, I understand that people assumed you are a familiar. In contrast, those phantoms we encountered in the recreated Amrat regarded us as children. As people, albeit naive and immature. the discrepancy, I posit, is a reflection of the Creator's perspective. Having spent eons among sundered men, perhaps he came to acknowledge us, even if only subconsciously. With Emet gone, we may never learn the truth, but I will not suffer this and countless other mysteries to go unsolved. Our journey will not end this day. Thus far, we have encountered recreations of some few stars. Doubtless they account for but a fraction of the innumerable worlds for those foul Meteon did bear witness. Rolling in torment, the dead sun is forsooth Oblivion's apotheosis. It shall be no small coup to breach this nexus of despair. And yet, as his vista doth prove, where there is hope, there is a way. So let us press forward together, as ere we have, to find a way onto victory. So the moment of reckoning is finally upon us. I must say, when I pledged myself to your cause, I never did I imagine that it would bring me to the very edge of existence. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. After casting aside vengeance and shedding title and duty, I found myself wanting for purpose, and journeying with you, there has been nary a dull moment. In the course of it all, I feel as though I have found a new place for myself, and a welcome opportunity to see how much the boy has grown. I will adept, aye. But as you can guess, I've never preferred to express my gratitude through action rather than word. My lance is yours. It seems our arms and armor are in order, as are our personal effects. Most importantly, we have each other. We need only finish what we came here to do. Avert the end, for Minfilia, for Reen, for all who aspire to live. Let's do this.
Right then.
Let's do this.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
Very well then.
You underestimate me!
Why do you ask such a question? Do you not see the plague and pestilence that consumes us? Ours is a world of rancid blood and rotting flesh, where death is the only remedy to suffering. There is no meaning to be found in such misery. But it was not always thus. Beneath the waves we knew only peace and plenty. We wanted for naught, and yet craved more, that our progeny might someday flourish as we never could. Eventually we ventured to the lands above, bearing flame and iron, toppling any who dared oppose our might. The world was ours for the taking.
This will hurt.
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
You cannot stop us!
This world is not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land, while seas we thought could shine forever blue ran dry, spoiled and forging the tools of conquest. Cramped homes turned to squalor, and then came the sickness. Our undoing and the final blessing the star had to offer. We are no longer the fools we once were. Wheresoever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is but the most painful path into a nothingness, and the wise embrace their obliteration wholeheartedly. Hosser Gwimble.
Those who lived and festered. Those who died and decayed.
You cannot stop us!
You underestimate me! You underestimate me!
You cannot stop! I have you!
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all. In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the selfsame lives it had saved.
This will hurt.
There's lots of shit going on. Whoa!
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
That otherworldly beings should first grace us with their presence is a sign. Indeed, they understand that we, the global community, are possessed of the wisdom and compassion needed to guide the star back to the path of righteousness. Yet the freedom fighters dare to undermine us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order we labored so hard to build. They have forgotten the history of the star and its once myriad nations, the wars raged, the countless lives lost. They must to be brought to heel, the world united under a single standard, no matter the cost. That kind of sounds like Garlemald. Or what it used to be.
You underestimate me!
Video's jumping? Hang on. I did drop some frames now. Is it okay? Is it okay now? I noticed I got dropped some frames earlier. Don't know what at point, but now it's back to normal? Okay. Give me a moment to watch OBS really quick. It should be fine. I'm not detecting any more dropping of frames.
They tried
Is
to
it getting
buy
better?
peace with
Is it still... Tried to buy peace with fire and steel. Whoa. Okay. Let me know if it starts doing it again. We constructed the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering and technology. This mighty war machine. Wonder what I use requisite at? Maybe I don't know how to use it that properly. I'm not too sure. Hang on. We constructed the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering and technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid of us of the freedom fighters, as well as any other potential threats to the peace we have so long pined for. Its artificial intelligence ensures that this singular function is carried out with cold and calculating precision. Indeed, the 10,000 peacekeeper units we created have now routed every threat to peace, including us. All that remains is to stand and fight. Okay. Oh, it activates these things? I wasn't really too sure how these worked. Trust me to go unga bunga. Oh, it makes them instant. Okay. I'll try to use that. I'll try to remember how to use that. Resume peace protocol. All life forms must be limited to achieve peace. Oh, this... I sense doom. Oh, shit. This is cool.
You're mine! There! Not one yet!
Stylian, no!
This can't end here.
Oh, shit.
I am in your debt. Not good.
God damn it, Alphano!
I am in your debt. I have you. There.
There we go. Okay, ooh. Give me those accessories.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Damn. Whoa. Whoa.
Farther still existed a star without strife.
Whoa.
Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
Sure. We can certainly do some Super Metroid Zelda 3 tomorrow. Have a good sleep, Neo. A curious traveler visited our star, a bird which preferred these questions. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? I could find no satisfactory answers, only bittersweet memories of an age-long past. There was a time when we were lesser, and in our nescience sought purpose, struggled to justify life's worth. That was, of course, before we achieved perfection. Now, condemned to our paradise, we understand the fatuity of existence. Like the fledglings we once were, the poor bird could not accept the truth. It asked us again and again, hoping, perhaps, our answer might change.
I have you now.
This will hurt.
what its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
I have you now.
There!
You underestimate me.
You're mine!
You underestimate me.
There was a time when we yearned to explore the heavens, found purpose in the hope of unveiling life's mysteries. A dream shattered when we reached enlightenment and found it empty. There was a time when we believed in the legacy, thought ourselves marking a worthy path our successors might follow. Efforts rendered futile when we discovered the keys to paradise and immortality. As individuals, we struggle to know that what was right. Yet in today's perfect unity, there is not left to a question. We are infinity, constricted by the infinite, but no more. R'Allah shall grant us the mercy of annihilation. R'Allah. Oh.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts. Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Oh, fuck. What?
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
I have you!
I have you now.
You're mine! You're mine!
You cannot stop us!
Time to end this! All or nothing!
Gosh.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living cast the present and lament the future. So shall sin until life ceases to be.
Ugh. Whoa.
Seven hells.
Mityan.
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
Whoa!
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know!
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike. What?
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
Wow. No!
All awash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent. gifted them escape and rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you need to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did. As we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
No way!
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
If it comes to it, I won't save you.
I care not. What I desire of you isn't succor, it is satisfaction. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
Oh shit!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
The final day, no accessible. Oh! Let's fucking go.